Morning and welcome to day 2 of St. Patrick Education District Career Fair. Today, I am with you as the moderator and my name is Miss Bevon Lord and I will be with you throughout this entire experience. I must say that we have an exciting day ahead for you and I do hope that you all sit back, relax and take it all in. To start our day, we are going to begin with a prayer, followed by the national anthem, and then our nation's school pledge.
Let us pray. Praise be to you, Almighty God, Creator of the universe and all that is in it. We thank you, O Father, for the opportunity which you are giving to us to increase our knowledge. May your divine grace enable us to study hard and use what we learn for the good of our fellow citizens. We pray that you would free us from selfishness, lust, greed, anger, and hatred. Warm our hearts with love, fill our minds with understanding, and strengthen our wills in the face of difficulty. Help us, O Father, to make our beloved country of Trinidad and Tobago the kind of place you want it to be. A place where human dignity is respected, where equal rights are accorded to all citizens, where hard work is encouraged and rewarded, and where you, O God, reign supreme. Amen. Let us sing our national anthem.
We now continue with our school's pledge, our national pledge. Okay. So the Ministry of Education Student Support Services Division, Guidance and Counseling Section are proud to welcome you to our first ever virtual career fair in St. Patrick Education District. And because we are an arm of the Ministry of Education, this morning we have with us our school supervisor 2, Mr. Anthony Ramjit, who will be bringing you some greetings, followed by our guidance officer 2, Ms. Hazelan Roderick, who would also bring greetings for us to start the day.
Good day, officers of the Student Support Services Division of the Ministry of Education, especially officers from the Guidance and Counseling Unit, invited agencies, principals, students of Standards 4 and 5 in the St. Patrick Education District. My name is Anthony Ramjit, and I am your school supervisor too, with responsibility for the primary schools in our district. It is my pleasure to bring to you greetings on behalf of the Ministry of Education, especially the school supervisors and the members of the district leadership team. From November 8th to November 12th, 2021, you, the Standards 4 and 5 students in our 61 primary schools, would be given the opportunity to interact with agencies, virtually of course, that will give you information that can help you to choose your future career paths. You will be made aware of occupations that you can possibly choose in the future. And together with it, the academic requirements for such positions. You will become also aware of subjects that you can choose at the secondary school level, your next level, that can keep you focused and engaged. This career fair as well can help you to explore your personal interests, your likes, and your passions. You are not too young to start thinking about your careers. Some people may think so, but the Ministry of Education is of the view that at this point in your careers, at this point in your education, you can start to think about your future and your careers. I personally think that it's a point in your lives when you can develop on the passion and on your likes. Let me give you an example. Jeff Bezos, the wealthiest and richest man in this world, an American entrepreneur, media proprietor, investor, and computer engineer. The man your parents and most persons in the world know as the owner of Amazon.com. That's the company that is responsible for a lot of the online shopping that your parents do, and maybe some of you do. His net worth at present is 192 billion US dollars. Yes, I said that, 192 billion US dollars. That's approximately 200 times our national budget. He said in a recent interview that he started to think about space and computer engineering, though he didn't know the term at that time, at around age 5. Look where he is today. Google him, and you will see how he developed on that like, that passion that he had at such a young age. And that is just one example. That example, dear students, I think should encourage you to take advantage of this opportunity. The Student Support Services Division, the Ministry of Education, would like to encourage you to take advantage of this career fair. The Ministry of Education, of course, will also like to take the opportunity to thank the Guidance and Counseling Unit of the Student Support Services Division for organizing this activity in spite of the pandemic. Special thanks also to the agencies that have taken the time out to share important information with our students. I wish to also thank sincerely our principals and our teachers for the encouragement that they're giving to you to participate in this career fair. Best wishes to all of you for a successful career fair 2021. I thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Hazel Ann Roderick, and I am the Guidance Officer 2 for the St. Patrick Education District Primary Schools. I am attached to a department called the Student Support Services Division in the Ministry of Education. Mr. Anthony Ramjet, School Supervisor 2, School Supervisors 1, Student Support Services colleagues, representatives from agencies, principals, teachers, parents, and our very important persons here today, students. On behalf of Student Support Services Division, welcome to St. Patrick Education District's Virtual Career Fair 2021. Our theme is choosing paths. Where do I fit in? Students, I am sure that many times you have been asked this question: what do you want to be when you grow up? Some of you may already know the answer. Others may have a variety of careers in mind and can't decide on one. And there are others who may not know at all. So whether you know, you may not be sure, or you may not know at all, this is okay, because by the end of this week, you will be one step closer in finding out where you fit in. You will be exposed to a variety of agencies who will introduce you to a range of possible careers. You will understand the value of education and also see how your abilities, skills, talents, and hobbies can be linked to and can prepare you for future careers that best suit you. Preparation for your transition to the world of work begins now. Students, as you plan for your future, I encourage you to take advantage of this opportunity. Pay attention to the presentations, enjoy the sessions, but make it a learning experience. Before I conclude, I wish to thank the very hardworking guidance personnel of the St. Patrick Primary, who organized this fair. Many days working after hours and sometimes on the weekends. Miss Alicia Tull from Guidance Secondary and Miss Karen Belgrave, Guidance Officer from St. George East, for all their assistance. Colleagues from Guidance Secondary, School Social Work, Special Education, and DAI units who will be providing support this week. School supervision, principals, teachers for facilitating and supporting this venture. Representatives from agencies for accepting our invitation. Students, please have a productive, positive, and safe week. Take good care. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ramjit and Ms. Roderick, for those wonderful words of greetings. All right. So, why a career fair? Why are we having this virtual career fair at this time for you, primary school students? Some might ask. It is never too early to start planning and preparing for someone's future. Everything starts with a dream. If you dream it, you can achieve it. If you dream something, it could happen. All right? There are many individuals that we could look at, I could make reference to, who would have at some point in time started off with simply dreaming about one day doing something. And eventually, they would have achieved it. Why? Because that dream planted the seed in them. The seed for them to grow and develop and to become whatever it is they actually dreamt. When we dream, we set goals for ourselves. We put down something that we want to achieve. So if you dream of becoming a pilot one day and you start now with that dream, you will be able to work towards it. Then you will start to focus. You will find out more about what it takes to become a pilot. And when you find out what it takes to become a pilot, you start preparing and looking at the subjects that interest you. Apart from simply dreaming and working towards achieving whatever it is you dreamt, this opportunity that we are presenting here is one that will encourage you, our students, to think about what you are interested in, the subject areas and stuff that you are really good at. Because believe it or not, things that you are really good at, a lot of the times contribute to you becoming whichever professional you want to become later on in life. So, having said all of this, I want to challenge you, our very brilliant students we have here today. And I know we have some brilliant students because we have children from some of the best schools in St. Patrick. We have children from Diana Memorial Vedic. We have Rancho Quemado Government Primary School, Rosilac Hindu School, Salazar Trace Government School, Erin Road Presbyterian School, Avocat Vedic School, Point Fortin Anglican School. So we have a number of schools here today with students who are extremely intelligent. Rosilac Presbyterian School is also here with us. I want to challenge you all today to take notes. Take notes of the information that you are going to receive from the different providers we are providing for you today, who will be presenting. Ask questions. No question is a foolish question. When you ask questions, you get answers and you get information. So I want to challenge you all to do that today. Take notes, ask questions, and answer questions as well. Because many of the presenters that we are having here today will be asking questions because they want to know how much you would have learned from their presentation. So sit back, pay attention, and let us take in the welcome video that is going to share with you some of the housekeeping rules for our session. Okay, so there you have it. There you saw some of our housekeeping rules, and that was pretty exciting. Even though it was short, it was pretty exciting. All right, and because we know we're going to have so much of fun today with you all, I want you all to really enjoy this. So some of our presenters were unable to be with us today, but they would have sent something so that you will still get the experience of what it is they offer, and they tell a bit of their story. So let's always pay attention to their story, what they would have done to get to where they are right now. So to start off today, we are going to play a clip from one of our presenters showing how she started her business and what took her to where she is. Thank you.
Hi boys and girls, my name is Delia and I am the owner and creator of Didi Likes Titi. I work with fruits and chocolates. I make yummy quality gifts that can include your name, your favorite color, and even your favorite cartoon character. I was a guidance counselor before I started this business. In 2018, when I left there, I actually started investing in the business. And before that, I went to a course and spent some money and learned how to melt the chocolate, how to dip chocolate, how to cut fruits, how to arrange the fruits in bouquets. And since then, I have been learning and researching on my own just to make sure that I stay on top of my game and do better each time to make sure my customers are satisfied. So what you would see is that I am creating different types of bouquets. We're creating different types of arrangements, and we're also expanding into breakfast and brunch lines. And I still like to practice to ensure that I keep up with learning and quality work. Some of the good things about being a business owner is that you're your own boss, which means you can start work at any time. But the downside is that you're basically working most of the time. because you try to build business and you are trying to ensure that you keep making sure that you get your customers. Because if you don't get customers, then you're not getting that money.
What type of chocolate do you use?
We use local and Belgian chocolate, so some gourmet, really great tasting chocolate. And it is also halal for the Muslim community.
What else do you do?
We also do events like birthdays, weddings, and other celebrations, where I have even worked with one of the largest event coordinators to bring our luxury items into the breakfast party scene. So contact us when you need us. Hashtag DDLightsTT. You can check us on social media, Instagram, Facebook. And I hope to hear from you all soon. Bye.
Thanks, Delia. Now, as you would have heard, Delia worked with us previously, and when her contract ended, she started her own business, and from that point in time, she never looked back. So you can start anywhere. Anything you have an interest in, anything you enjoy doing is a good thing to explore, you know, to create a career, to create a living, to make a living out of it. If you like cooking, you can become a chef. Whatever it is, there's always room for it. At this time, we are going to have another provider clip played, because we are waiting someone who's supposed to be here with you. Very exciting things. So we are going to play another clip in the meantime as we await. And students, I also want to know how sharp you are. So from time to time, I might come in with a little riddle, a little quiz, something to get you thinking and answering. So you would have to write your answers in the chat. And when you do, we would select who would have written the correct answer first, and see what we can organize in terms of a token for that individual. So you need to pay attention and you need to ask questions. You need to be very sharp and think. All right. And I know you all can do that. So at this point in time, we are going to play another clip. Well, I don't want to tell you which one it is because I might be spilling the beans a bit. So I'm going to allow our tech individuals to play a clip for you.
Hi, good morning, and my name is Gideon Figueroa, owner and founder of Three Hands Reflexology Massage Therapy. I got my training through Kinesthetics Experience Institute in Tacarigua. You're asking yourself, what is reflexology? Reflexology is a non-invasive health treatment that can be beneficial throughout the body by promoting good wellness, proper blood flow, lymphatic flow, as well as dealing with thyroid issues. It also helps in optimizing good health and reducing stress in people's lives. So why did I choose reflexology as a career option? Because I see the need. We are living in a time right now where people are very, very stressed out with regards to COVID and people losing work and this sort of stuff. And the fact that I've always been good with my hands, right? Because dealing with massage therapy, you have to use your hands, more so your fingers. So even having a martial arts background, it had helped me in starting up this particular business. So one is a form of bringing in an income for myself and my family. And two, I can also assist and help people with relieving stress, people that have urinary tract problems, people that have headache issues, because we have a lot of screen time going on right now. Everybody's behind some form of screen with regards to work or school. And it doesn't restrict with regards to the age group. You could do from babies as well as to the very old or very senior in society.
Okay, so there we had it. And one thing I picked up from that young man's presentation was one of the reasons he got into massage therapy was because he was always good with his hands. And because he was good with his hands, he decided, you know what, let me use my hands to do something. Even though he has a background in martial arts, he still was able to utilize his hands to get into massage therapy. And I guess his martial arts training would have also taught him how to channel his energies into different directions. Our presenter this morning, who should be here shortly, is coming to us from one of the top insurance industries in Trinidad and Tobago. Most of us wonder, well, why is that exciting? Well, it is. Helping people is exciting. That's the reason why I'm a guidance officer. I love to help. And insurance agents are individuals who can be very helpful. Joining us today from Guardian Life Limited, we have our presenter who is going to come on and have a word with us. Okay, I think I just made a mistake. It wasn't Guardian Life as yet. We are going to see another clip from one of our providers. And I guarantee you this is really, really interesting stuff. So let's pay attention and look on as Trinidad and Tobago Air Guard do their stuff.
Okay, good morning. Where are my little ones this morning? Are you all hearing me?
Hi, yes, we are. Loud and clear.
Nice, good morning. My apologies for joining late. I just had a little technical difficulty. All right. So this morning we are about to speak about the career part, right? Now, one of the things I always tell my children, and I tell children, is it's very important that you follow your passion, right? God created every single one of us for a purpose and a passion, and we all are parts and pieces of a puzzle, right? That will help this world to be a better place. All right. So one of the things this morning is that we're going to talk about the career of a life insurance agent. Now, I know a lot of people, they don't understand, you know, what is sales? What is life insurance all about? So if I can some of the children unmute their mics, please? I need the children to unmute. Let's see, how many children do I have?
That may not be possible, but they can respond in the chat.
Oh, they will respond in the chat.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
No problem. Thank you, Miss.
No problems.
All right. So, what life insurance is all about, this is what I say to people. What we do is that we cover risk, right? And of course, there are certain hazards that can affect one's income. So I ask, why do we work, right? We go to work every single day. Why do we go to work every single day? Of course, we are going to work to get money, right? Income to provide the basic necessities for us, for our families, for our loved ones. So what are some of the basic necessities that we need every single day in order for us to survive? We need food, we need clothing, we need shelter, right? For you, the children, you all need to have a good education. And these are some of the reasons why your mommy and dads get up every single day and they go to work, right? So that they can, when they go to work, what they're doing is that they are trading their expertise for income so that they can continue providing you with some of these basic necessities. Where does life insurance comes in? There are certain risk hazards that can affect our income. And I say to people, just like in a vehicle, right? When in a vehicle, they have certain safety features. So what you have, of course, when you get into the vehicle, you have to put on your seatbelt. Why do we have to strap in our seatbelt? We have to put it on in the event of sudden brakes. The seatbelt will help us from going through the windshield, right? Then what else? What is another safety feature that the car has? In our vehicles, right, we have what is called an airbag. And this is when an accident is about to happen, right, that belt restrains us. And if the impact is going to be greater, right, than expected, then this airbag now is going to deploy, right, to safeguard our face, our bodies from injury, right? So that is what it is. It is a protective device in the vehicles in the event of an accident. Children, parents, teachers, that is exactly what life insurance is there for. It is a safety feature, right? That as we go along life's journey, we're going from one destination to the next, right? And sometimes in life, there are things that can blindside us. There are things in life that can come in front of our path that we didn't expect, right? And some of these things could be death, right? It could be a critical illness. There are many different critical illnesses, like some of the major ones, of course, is cancer, right? Heart disease, right? Kidney failure, multiple sclerosis. So we have all these different critical illnesses, right? And then, of course, we have what we call old age, which is when someone is not preparing for retirement. Because are we going to work all the days of our lives? As much as we may mentally want to, at some point in time, our body says, here's what, I can't go anymore, right? So life insurance, what we do as agents is that we bring that awareness to different individuals to say, here's what, don't forget to get your protective device, which is, of course, your insurance that is going to protect you. Your insurance is like your airbag. God forbid, if something happens, I want you to ask your mommy and your daddy, mommy and daddy, do you all have life insurance? Do you have a life insurance in place? Children, teachers, parents, life insurance is a love gift. Life insurance is saying, right, if anything should happen to me, right, I want you to continue realizing your goals and your dreams. Mommy and daddy, we want you to go on. So when your parents have life insurance and they come and they say to you, son, daughter, I have this in place for you, right? It is there to protect you. Now, as a life insurance agent, it is not always easy. So what we do, of course, because it is a professional business, right? Just so that I could get in terms of the way, we of course have to dress in a particular way, right? Because there's a saying in life, you never get a second chance to make a first impression. So one of the things we do is that we encourage persons, the way you dress, the way you look, the way you smell, all those things are important. So we don't wear coveralls, right? Like other professions, because they're gonna have to wear protective wear. What we do, we wear business suits. So if you know you're a child that you think, you know what, I think I would want to wear a shirt and tie, or I think I would want to wear a business suit and dress up in heels, then this is a career that you can look at. If you're a person that says, you know what, I don't want to work 8 to 4. We don't work 8 to 4, right? There are times when we work based on our appointment schedule. So there are times when we're going to have to work Saturdays. There are times when we're going to have to work Sundays. And what is even better now, because we have this online platform, as agents, we do a lot of our meetings, just like how I am chatting with you all here this morning. I do a lot of my meetings with my client via this platform. So it has brought a lot of excitement to our career, right? To say, here's what, I don't have to go driving all over. I can stay right here in the comfort of my home office and speak with my clients, right? And share with them the good news and find out how are they going. The life of an insurance agent is about building relationships with people. Apart from making sure that they have coverage in the event of cancer, in the event of death, it's really about building that relationship, right? And that is what we do. And one of the things I want to say is that we are well paid for that. If we want to talk about the remuneration packages, right? Insurance agents, because of the nature of the job, because most times, right, people tend to give up. We know that in life. We make one call, we give up. We go to an appointment, we get a no, we give up. But in this business, if you are able to push through and withstand and say, here's what, I have a why, I have a goal, you set your goals and you know what you want to accomplish in life, you will be well paid. If you're the type of child that think, I don't want to work 8 to 4 and I don't want to have a boss over my head, right? I want to be able to do what I want to do. When I was younger, I always wanted to do something where I'm not boxed in, right? Where it's not this stringent 8 to 4. However, because you pay your own commissions, right? it carries with it a great responsibility. So you have to get up early in the morning. You have to plan your day. Most days, I plan my schedule from the day before. You have to plan your work, make your calls, set your goals, and do what you have to do consistently, right? Every single day. And that is what life insurance is all about. So some of you all may see agents with the nice vehicles and all these different things, right? Some of them, they drive Mercedes-Benz and they drive all these different things. That is simply because they have dedicated themselves to the work. Those are just some of the benefits, right? But the real reward, right, that we receive in this career is building relationships with people. If you love talking to people, this is the career for you. If you love dressing up and doing and meeting people and just, helping people in life, then I want to encourage you as you get older, remember what I say to you, come in and explore this career, right? And I say to people, you can do anything you want to do in life. There's a song by Donnie McClurkin that says, you can, right? You can do anything that you want to do in life. Don't let anybody limit you. It doesn't matter where you are now, right? You all are preparing for SCA. Some of you all are preparing to go into Standard 5. You have your entire life ahead of you, right? You can be anything that you want to be. So write it down, start dreaming big. Don't limit your goals. Don't limit yourself. Tell your mommy and your daddy, this is what I want to do. This is what I want to explore. Get the information. And anytime at all, right, any one of you all want to come over to Guardian Life, right? It is not a problem. I'm giving you all my contact number. My contact number is 307-5001. 307-5001. Ask your mommy and daddy, say, Mom, Dad, I went to a career fair and I met this lady called Rhea. This is Auntie Rhea here now. And she is willing to take us into Guardian Life to see what Guardian Life is all about. I can even send you some further information. If you want to get information on what this career is all about, you're never too young. And I want to commend the organizers of this career fair to open up the children's mind, to open up their minds to say, here's what, these are some of the careers that you can look at. In the past, growing up, all we knew was doctor, lawyer, teacher, a police officer. But now there are so many different careers, right? And I just want to encourage you that this is a career that you definitely can explore. If you love talking, if you love meeting people, right? If you want to be able to manage your time and do what you have to do. And of course, at the same time, reap great rewards, right? So I know we have 10 minutes again to go. I just want to leave. I don't know if anyone have questions in the chat that they would like to ask me, if any of the teachers would like to ask any questions, but I am definitely open for questions at this time.
Okay, so I don't have any questions as yet from the chat, but I might have a question or two for myself.
Sure.
All right. So, Rhea, by chance, can you tell me what benefits there are for children to be a part of Guardian Life, or can children be a part of it? In terms of, can their parents get insurance for them as well? And how they are going to benefit insurance for school, for whatever reason?
Okay. So yes, we have different insurance packages for children and for schools. We actually have an accidental plan for schools. Sometimes, as children, things happen, they run, they play, they fall, somebody might pelt a stone and accidentally hits another child. Sometimes I remember my son in playing football fell and broke his tooth in front, all these different things. So we do have an accidental plan. It's just $100 for the 5 years that the child would be in school, and you can pay an additional $100, I think, for the other 2 years. That is something that all schools can look into. It's an excellent plan, and it does cover the children for the period of time that they are there. That's one. Secondly, if parents want to do something on an individual basis for their children, most definitely, I encourage it 100%, right? From two angles. One, it is important to have your children insured at a very young age, right? What we do, again, as I said, we insure against risk, right? So you can give your child some coverage, and of course you can put savings in there. Another thing is that we have educational savings. And I tell people about the power of a dollar, right? My daughter just went abroad to study in Florida, and my son is going next year. And I want to tell teachers, if you all can get this out to parents, start saving for their educational, for the university savings from as young as you possibly can, because the cost is overwhelming. And now, because of COVID and because of all the changes in the economy, schools are not giving scholarships as they used to before, right? So, and children now they're saying, but mommy, dad, you told me to study hard and I'm going to get these things. It would be remiss of a parent to say, well, now that you have done your part, I cannot come forward, So I want to encourage parents, not only from the standpoint of ensuring your child, and even if it's your personal choice, you don't want to have insurance on your child, that's fine. But at least you can look at an educational savings plan. And one of the great points about our educational savings plan, you can add on what we call a parental waiver. Because when persons, I don't, if somebody wants to diversify and they want to save in unit trust, the bank or the credit union, that's fine. But consider saving some of your money with an insurance company too, because we have a very special feature that those other entities don't have. And that feature is the parental waiver. That parental waiver is so critical. It protects the child's investment. God forbid, should that paying parent die or encounter critical illness, what we do at Guardian, once there's that parental waiver, we will pay the same monthly installment that you were paying for your child towards that child's education. So like if a parent was contributing $500 a month, we will pay that $500 a month for that child up until the child reaches age 21. So in other words, your investment is protected. And guess what? It's for a small fee. Sometimes like somewhere between $20 and $30, just to make sure that if anything happens, you're going to tell your child, hold the baton, my son or my daughter, and run the race and make our family proud.
That's great information. All right, so I have a few questions here for you. And before I ask this question, we all know, and children, they are aware of it because the teachers say it over and over, their parents say it over and over, guidance officers say it over and over to them. When you work hard, you can reap the rewards. And from that, I know as an as an insurance agent, if you work hard, you will be able to reap the rewards and get lots of money and buy the beautiful car and all those nice things. My question is, at what age can a person start selling insurance?
So you can start selling life insurance from age 21, right? Now, of course, the recommended age is 25, right? But if you're 21 and you're passionate and you're vibrant about, what you want to do, most definitely. I started when I was 24, right?
Okay.
So I started at a very, very young age and have no regrets. So yes, you can definitely start from age 21.
Okay. And another question is, even though, because someone is asking, even though my parents are working, can they sell insurance part-time? Because I know you spoke about you're working based on appointments so that they could set up appointments when they are not going to their regular jobs. Can they sell insurance part-time to make that extra money as well?
All right. So in the past, right, they used to make accommodations for persons in that regard. Now, this is a full-time career. And even though we do most of our interviews online, it takes up a lot of your time because there are so many different segments now, right? Insurance is not just life insurance anymore, right? You're talking about life, health, pensions, investments. We have different, on the general side, I have a whole general arm of the business company that I'm running, where we cover vehicle insurance, workman comp, public liability, you just name it, marine, right? So it encompasses so much, and the career is so diverse now that it will take up a lot of your time. And when you come in, we want people to succeed. So we say when you come into this career, you have to come in, you have to give it its undivided attention, right? Because people want to know when they call their agent, they can reach them, right? They want to be able to reach you. So I would say to that question, no, you can't do it as a part-time anymore, right? Now, and there's so many central bank regulations now with it, right? You cannot do it as a part-time. What you have to do is a full-time. What you can do is that you can make an alliance with an insurance agent and probably be a referrer, you know, where there's some type of referral fee arrangement, because I do have partnerships with different people. So that you can do if you want to make some extra income. But as long as you have a license, you have to be licensed, and you can only be licensed to one company at one time. That's another thing, yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, so we have a number of students who are interested in starting their own business. Okay, and they were wondering if there are any particular degrees from your experience of interacting with other individuals. Is there any particular degree that you would advise them that they should get in order to start their own business?
So starting your own business is an excellent way to go, right? Now, where the life insurance career is concerned, you must have a minimum of 5 O-levels, math and English included, all right? So what we look for, and I say to people, what we're really looking for is that we're looking for, you must have a base, and we want to see some history of success, right? So you have to put the work in. Now, if you have a degree, it is an asset, right? Now, the thing about it is when you're going to start up your own company, like let's assume you want to go into some other type of business, right? You may have to get your stocks, whatever, if depending on if it's wholesale, retail. You may have to get a place to sell out of, right? You will have to get different resources. You may probably have to get staffing and all these different things, a storefront in order to operate your business, or even if it's online, right? You will still need to get the produce to sell, right? Or the products. What is great about life insurance is that when you come in, we give you an office space. You have a phone to use in the office, right? You have guidance and support from your managers and the other team, right? And one of the things we do is that we're going to send you on courses, right, where we will educate you and train you how to make a phone call, how to approach, what are the different markets, how do you speak to people. So what I say to people, when you look at the startup cost of starting up your own business and the startup cost of starting up a business in life insurance, right? Where life insurance is concerned, it is way less than if you have to now go and buy all these different resources, right? You have to, if you want to sell clothing, if you want to sell agriculture, if you want to sell whatever it may be, there's still a cost attached to it. In insurance, you come in as you are, you could come in with one suit, Just get one good clean suit, and don't worry, as time go by, we will work with you, and your startup is a whole lot less. All you need to have, right, is that drive, that vision, that focus, and that passion to want. You must want to succeed in life, because we can't give you attitude. You must want it, and we will work with you from there.
Great. And one last thing before we release you is some of the students are saying they missed your phone number. So they want the number so that they could share it. So can you say it again, maybe slower to make sure they get it? All right.
My number is 307-5001. Right, I think I can put it in the chat also.
Or we'll have to send it for them.
You'll have to send it, okay.
Yeah.
So right, because I'm seeing, so it's 307-5001. All right, you guys can contact me. I love children. I love helping children, parents, teachers. You all can reach out to me at any point in time if you have any questions. If you need assistance or anything for your school, please feel free. My team and I, we are always here. We want to reach out to the community. We want to help the younger children. We want to help families. My quote is, in my business, I said, I'm not just selling insurance, I'm building relationships. And that's what I'm here to do today, is that we want to build relationships with our community, and what better place to start than with our children. So thank you all for having me here. And remember, you can be anything that you want to be. It doesn't matter your circumstances. It doesn't matter where you come from. It doesn't matter even whatever life your parents choose, right? At the end of the day, you have to ask yourself, what do I want for me, right? So I want you all to think about that. Keep dreaming big dreams. Keep praying. Keep asking God to help you, right? They're basic fundamentals. You have to respect your elders. You have to respect yourself. You can be anything you want to be. Listen to your teachers, listen to your parents, right? That is important. And once you do that, I am telling you, you're definitely going to make it. So I want to wish every single one of you all the best. Feel free, reach out to me. God bless you, and Miss and all the other teachers that are on this live. Thank you all so very much for giving me this opportunity. God bless you all.
Thanks, Ria. And it was really refreshing to have you here with us. And again, we know things happen. So people, please bear with us because this is an online platform. Sometimes we are going to get a little challenges with the technology. It doesn't always cooperate with us, but at the end of the day, we get through and we get everything to work out. So Ria, on behalf of Ministry of Education, Student Support Services Division, St. Patrick Educational Division, all the teachers, students, principals present here, we want to thank you for being here with us and sharing your wealth of knowledge and information and intriguing us to want to get into the insurance business because, like me, some of us just love to meet people and chat and talk. So, you know, it might be something we could consider. So once again, we want to thank you very much for being here with us.
Yes, thank you so very much.
Okay, then.
Yes,
all right. So I'm gonna, no problem. So moving on now, students. So, like I said to you before, I want you all to take notes, listen, answer questions. I'm going to ask some questions now, and you are going to use your chat to respond to the questions. Be sure to put the name of your school so we would know which school you are coming from when you answer the question. So riddle me this, riddle me that. Let's who will be the first to answer in the chat. Fire is my primary tool for which I make patrons drool. Fire is my primary tool for which I make patrons drool. What's my job? Students, that was the first riddle. So I am awaiting your responses so that we could award a prize to the first person. Let's see, any answers coming into the chat? That was riddle number 1. Any answers? Okay, so we're going to give you a chance to answer that. And that's an easy one, you know. That's an easy one. Fire is my primary tool for which I make patrons drool. And just before we move into our next presenter, I am going to give the answer. So at this time, the chat is closed. So we are closing the chat. Let me tell them here. So the chat is closed for responses right now. And let me tell you what the answer is. Fire is my primary tool for which I make patrons drool. I am a chef. I use a fire to cook. And what I cook make people drool. They dribble for it in anticipation because it tastes so good. But wasn't that an easy one? Now that you think about it, fire is my primary tool for which I make patrons drool. I'm a chef. All right. So I know you're going to get the next one. So that's okay. That's okay. I know you're going to get the next one. Right now, we have our second presenter for the morning here to have a word with us and share some information with us. And quite ironic, my chat or my riddle just now was about food, a chef. And no better person to tell us about food than someone from fisheries. Okay, so we are going to have our next presenter from Caribbean Fisheries to share with us about what they do at that institution, what you can do who wants to get into fishing industry. In fact, I have some students who told me that they want to become fishermen when they finish school because they know that it has a lot of money in the fishing industry. All right, so Caribbean Fisheries are here to share some information with us. And after Caribbean Fisheries, more riddles coming your way. So let's sit back, take notes, ask questions as we present Caribbean Fisheries. So the presenter is here and is going to start his presentation shortly. Here we go.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning and welcome.
Thank you, thank you. Hi, morning everyone. Morning teachers, students, and thank you for having us here today at your career fair. I am Keegan Slinger, the Community and Outreach Manager. To my left is Ms. Camilla Barat, Outreach Officer. We are from the Caribbean Fisheries Training and Development Institute, located in Chaguaramas. So, our mandate is to provide training in the fisheries and maritime sector, Trinidad and Tobago, and regionally as well. Okay, so what we will do, I have a short presentation accompanied with some videos to share with you all today. I hope you all enjoy it. If you have any questions, we will take them after. So please remember your questions or write them down and ask them after any question and answer session. All right, so could you please allow us to share the screen on our end?
Yes, please go ahead.
So we at Caribbean Fisheries have been around for approximately 50 years. We were established in 1974, all right, to provide training to the maritime sector. Subsequent to that, we opened a fish processing unit to provide training in seafood technology, all right, in 1985.
Hi. Good morning. Sorry to interrupt, but your presentation is not showing currently. It's still sharing.
Okay. The presentation isn't showing, it's still sharing. So I guess that's a... Are we okay now?
Yes, thank you. We're seeing it now.
All right. Okay. So that's to reiterate, we have been around for approximately 50 years providing training in Trinidad and Tobago and also the smaller islands of the region in seafood technology training as well as maritime training. All right. So what we also do as a function of the seafood technology training, we also create new fishery products in addition to your regular salted, smoked, and canned and pickled those different type of products. Utilizing species that we would not normally call the choice species, but more the underutilized species, as we would say, refer to. All right, to use to make value-added products, so to make the fishery more sustainable. All right, Next. So our training facility is small to medium size. Our staff are mostly trained and certified according to the IMO SCCW standards, as well as we have trained personnel in the seafood technology area that were trained in Japan under the JICA project and an ISFTP fellowship. All right, we are located in Chagaramas, which is on the western coast of the Gulf of Paria. So our training location is very ideal for learning. All right, some of our additional amenities. When you come to do training by us, we have our own cafeteria, we have our own dormitories. In terms of if you live far away, and for example, in a coastal community, or even in terms of commuting 2 or 2 to 3 hours, you can stay at our facility, all right, and attend your training. So I just have a few photos of our training facility to show you. Well, we're located on 2 compounds. Our main compound, which houses our training department, our finance department, the cafeteria, the dorms, and our principal's office. The training compound is where the training takes place, right? We have a computer lab and seamanship classroom, student lounge, as well as other offices for the staff. Now I will show you a short video on seafood technology and fish processing.
Volume is very low on the video.
That's the act. You all seen the video?
Yes, we are seeing, but not really hearing anything.
Hi, so your video is not playing, so you have to go back to the beginning and just press play.
Okay.
Press
Yes,
the button in the middle.
We'll restart the video now. It will demonstrate what fish processing is, and value-added products, and career opportunities. So sit back and enjoy.
Let's deal first with fish processing, building entrepreneurs in coastal communities. Fish processing is the set of methods and techniques used to transform fish. First with fish processing, building entrepreneurs in coastal communities. Fish processing is the set of methods and techniques used to transform fish that have been harvested from the sea into food. Fish processing consists of fish handling and preparation. Fish handling involves acts such as butchering, washing, and icing of the catch. Preparation is the act of preparing attractive, marketable, and often long shelf life fishery products. This involves the preparation of products to various market forms, processes. At the CFTDI, we have an on-site fish processing unit that is designed according to HACCP specifications and comprises a receiving area, processing hall, test kitchen, product development room, packaging room, smoking area, sensory evaluation room, equipment storage, and fish shop. Fish processing as a career can be quite lucrative. The career pathway in this sector leads to many professional and occupational possibilities. Here now is a quick look at some of the opportunities within the fish processing sector.
All right, so we would have seen they take the fish, what we do with the fish, and what is primarily done, which is called primary processing, right? We either scale, gut, clean, and wash, and ice the fish and maintain the quality of the fish, okay? And then it goes into a particular market form. Market form is where the fish is cut into different ways, depending on how the consumer wants it or what it is going to be used for. Like, for example, if it's going to make salt fish or if you're going to do smoked fish, all right? And that is secondary processing. And then it goes to make your final product. All right, so also the video would have shown you some career opportunities in the fish processing sector. So in the sector, we have something what we call the value chain, which starts with the fisherman, who harvests the fish and goes directly up to the end, which is the consumer, all right? In between that, we have those persons who are indirectly involved or also directly involved, such as like the person who provides the ice, the person who builds the boats, who sells the tackle, right? Who repairs the engines. And between that, the persons who take the fishermen and distribute it. We have the supermarkets or the different retail outlets. we have the persons who add value to the fish, and then it reaches the consumer. All right. So it's a very exciting area. Normally, people would resort to fishing as a last resort. That is what the stigma is. All right. But I'm here to tell you guys that fishing is a very lucrative career. All right. You could take the fish and turn it into a finished product or a value-added product that meets the needs of our consumers. All right. And you can get a very attractive price for it. So for example, if you are just a regular fisherman and you take your fish, one catch, and the catch alone, you can generate at least about $1,500 to $2,000 in sales as a fisherman. Thereafter, when it changes hands and goes to the retailer or the retail outlets, that translates into $6,000, $10,000, or even up to $20,000. All right. So there is profit in fishing. All right. So that is what we do here at Caribbean Fisheries. We train you and we show you all the different aspects of the fishing sector and what you can do. So if you would like a career in the fishing sector. So we'll continue the PowerPoint. Some are just some photos of these are actual photos of our fish processing unit. So we have stainless steel tables, we have white cotton boards. Please take note of the attire. They are dressed in white. They have white aprons on, white boots, heads is covered, gloves, all right? And this is where the primary processing takes place. So in terms of after primary processing, I would have mentioned it goes to secondary processing. And part of secondary processing examples is where you make salted fish. All right. So we have some photos here. We have the ladies doing part of the process of salting, which is dry salting there. So they layer in the fish after they would have prepared it by cutting it, like into a butterfly fillet, or even single fillets, and putting salt on it and putting it to cure in the salt. You will see it, the fish is curing in the salt in the second photo. After that, the fish has to be dried. So you can use the conventional drying method, such as in open air, all right? Now remember, it's a heavily salted product. You notice that the fish itself is very white. You start with good quality fish, and then it will dry. There are no flies around, right? It's not dirty, okay? And there's also the mechanical drying as well. Further to that, you can take fish and utilize it in many different dishes. All right, we eat a lot of chicken in Trinidad and Tobago, but fish consumption is still relatively low. All right, so but you can make many different delicious dishes. It's a healthier choice of protein. All right. And as you can see there you can use fish rolls or fish spring rolls. There are fish broth, grilled fish, etc. Fish salad, all right? In the photo, we have one of our staff. She is our cook, and she prepares and actually demonstrates how you can utilize fish in different dishes. As I was telling you, career-wise, persons come here for training to either develop their career or enter into the fishing industry, but with the proper training. So we have a few success stories of young men and women who have actually done training at Caribbean Fisheries and went into further their business. So we have this young lady who sells at the farmers market every weekend, and she sells different types of products: fresh fish, frozen fish, seasoned fish, fish kebabs, fish tea, and these different types of products. So you can get very creative All right, we have another guy who is doing fish sausages or fish pepperoni. So what you will get a contemporary chicken sausage. He makes sausages out of fish. So it's more nutritious. It is very tasty. All right. We can also put it on pizzas and so forth. So those who are pescatarians, all right, you can enjoy this, or you can enjoy this type of product in change of a different type of protein. We also have, in terms of the culinary aspect of it. So the photo on the left is fish being smoked using coconut husk. So we use byproducts from another industry, which you normally throw away. All right, so you get the coconut husk from the coconut industry, where they use the dry coconut to make coconut milk or grated coconut, and that will create the smoke or the fuel for the smoking process. So the fish is smoked, it gets flavor, changes, and the taste and so forth, and then he cooks it and makes a meal out of it. And now this is a business, a food business, where you sell smoked fish with vegetables and dumplings and so forth, all right? And it's normally sold out on a weekend. So these are just some of the things that you can do in the seafood sector, all right? Taking it further with the proper training. All right, so we're just running through some photos very quickly of the unit. So this is our processing hall where the primary processing takes place. So these are just the troughs. This is a fish fillet machine. You just pass the entire fish through that. It is pulled through a belt, and only the meat of the fish comes out. The bone drops down and is collected. This is our smoker, where we make the smoked fish. We also have the owner there. The fish is entered from the top, and this machine separates the bones from the fish, and you only get the meat of the fish in a minced form, which is used to make other type of products such as the sausage or a fish burger. All right. We also have a full test kitchen where we do our product development activities. Commercial fryers, commercial stoves. We have a steam jacket kettle. We have a metal detector machine. We have a vacuum sealer. So there are different types of machines that you can prepare your product and seal it in. Vacuum seal. You can just heat seal it. You can tray pack it. What you normally will see in the supermarket, where you see a fish laid out in an orange or white tray pack and then cling wrapped. Yes. So you are taught all of these different types of methods right here, from processing the fish, handling the fish, straight up to packaging and getting to the consumer. This is just some other commercial equipment in terms of a slicer and a mixer and a sausage stuffer here, right, where we do the community products or the value-added products. This is our lab. We have a few pieces of equipment where we also teach sensory evaluation of the fish. Now, this is where we teach you how to identify good quality fish. All right. And this is our seafood technology classroom. Pre-COVID, of course, we see it's filled the capacity. All right. And a lot of interest is being shown in what is being taught here. So we want to return to that very soon. And we hope you all will be interested in that. This is what I was explaining just now with the sensory evaluation in our lab. We have some of the students there. Again, notice the wear, head covered, white. We have the fish on the table, and they are going through a sensory evaluation sheet, looking for certain attributes, certain characteristics of the fish. All right, to determine the quality of the fish. A fresh fish smells like the ocean. It doesn't smell rancid. It doesn't smell old. All right. So you're supposed to be able to to smell a fish and know that it's good or not. All right. So this is why they get so close. Yeah, there's some additional photos of primary processing being done in terms of our training. You see some of the implements are used, scissors and fillet knife, cutting knife, you have the washboards and so forth. All right. We have our instructor, and this is the market form I was explaining earlier. So depending on what you are doing with the fish after processing, you cut the fish in a particular market form, right? So in this case, we're doing a butterfly fillet, right? And which it went on to salt it. So you can see the good quality of the fish there. It's only the bone of the fish is taken away, and you are left with only the meat of the fish. So we have in this photo what we have called value-added products from secondary processing. We have salted fish, smoked fish. We also process shark in a salted manner, right? We have fish sauce, which is more popular in the Asian cuisine, all right? And we have, of course, our fresh and frozen fish fillets, which you normally see. So all these are different products that you can utilize the fish and create. In terms of the fish dishes, we have fish soup, or what we call locally fish broth. All right. You can make salt fish akra or regular fish akra, which is what you mix the fish in a nice flour paste, and then you fry it, and it's normally served with a tasty tamarind sauce or mango chutney. We have stewed fish. It's normally fried and then tossed in tomatoes and vegetables. Very tasty. So as we go along, we teach you how to prepare fish in many different ways, right? In terms of consuming fish, all right, as an alternative, a healthier alternative to chicken or other types of meat, all right? So moving along, I will now hand you over to Ms. Barat, who will take you on to the maritime aspect of our institute. Ms. Barat?
Good day again. I am from Alabama, as Mr. Kigan said before, but actually outreach department at Program Fisheries Training and Development Institute. This photo here, we're seeing some students engaging in the basic training, which is SCCW certified in our engineering department. Our institute offers from basic training straight up to motorman and navigation training at the lecture in our institute. From there, you can have a lucrative career in seafaring or oil and gas. So you start from the basic training, maritime courses, with the pre-C, as you would call it. We also have a very equipped engineering department where you could learn how to troubleshoot and fix your own engines and machinery. Where you can also get into a lucrative business in the engineering aspect of the maritime services. So at our institute, you would realize that we have an array of different sectors that you can get into. And it is from a chain. So you could learn to do everything as a seafarer, a fisherman, a fisher folk, or you can also go into engineering and fixing and preparing engines, not only outboard engines, but inboard engines for the persons that could need them. So again, you can come here and learn quite a lot in the maritime industry. So now we'll have a quick look at a video.
In order to be employable for any job at sea, an individual must first undergo basic safety training. This is the most popular course that we present at the CFTDI, and it is recognized internationally. People who are already employed in the maritime sector return to the Institute to further their education in order to move up the ladder.
The offshore industry in this country provides employment aboard ferries, fishing vessels, tugs, supply vessels, yachts, cruise ships, and more. As the seafarer develops their skills and gains knowledge, their responsibilities and their paychecks grow.
Safety training will soon be mandatory for fishers and fishing vessel personnel in TNT. Therefore, you should come on down to the training center now so that we can steer you towards a safe and productive future in the fishing sector.
So that was a video about the training that we offer at CFTDI.
Marine engineering. Marine engineering is a discipline concerned with the machinery and systems of ships, other maritime craft, and structure. Marine engineers make sure all systems work properly, such as propulsion, auxiliary machinery, and electrical systems. There is a list of requirements for different positions in the marine engineering sector. The career paths include welders, fitters, plumbers, refrigeration technicians, and marine electricians.
Okay, so that brings us to the end of our presentation and videos explaining what we do here at CFTDI. All right, so now we will take all your questions and you can direct them to any one of us. So I don't know how you all organize in terms of saying them directly.
Okay, thank you so much. And we are checking for questions, but I must say, because we are approaching lunch, that presentation had me very hungry. When I saw all the way you prepared fish, it looks so delicious, so it had me very hungry. And I told the children earlier on that it was going to be an interesting presentation and we are going to see how we could prepare food, and you all did deliver that. So I'm just waiting to see if there are any questions coming in. But in the meantime, I know, let me ask a question. I know you stated up front that you all are located in Chaguaramas. All right. Can you tell me if you all are operating in any other places in the country? Because I know we have many fishing ports in Trinidad and Tobago, and we have a number of young people who are seen at those locations and getting involved in the industry. So do you all have anything offering those young people so that they can get into it rather than just the traditional way, but with certification and that sort of thing in other places in the country other than Chaguaramas?
Okay, so yes, we are based here in Chaguaramas, but we do outreach training programs and also customized training programs to meet the needs of the youth or any of our potential students. All right. So normally we will come to you if you are located in a rural area or coastal community. We will come to you or kind of create a way where we deliver the theory, but if we can bring you to our facility for the practical, all right, for the practical aspect, so that you can get a more hands-on sense of all the different types of equipment that we have, all right? And you are right, there are like over 100 fishing ports between Trinidad and Tobago, right? So we need to touch all of them and share the knowledge. So that's what we want to do. So that's why we have this department, the Community and Outreach Department, and that's the goal there. So yes, we do go out. We have online resources at our website. You will see it in our banner behind us. So you can go on our website and click on Seafood Technology Courses, and you will get a more insight in terms of what we do. Contact our office and we will cater to you.
Okay, great. And okay, so I have another question here. And this question is based on the fact that you would have many success stories of individuals who would have passed through your institution and gained the necessary training, who now have their own businesses. In terms of feedback you may have received from them, can you share with us some of the things that they said was very important in spiraling them to where they are in terms of their businesses right now?
Okay, so we receive a lot of testimonials from our students, and one thing the students when they come to us, and let me say that most of our students are actually already engaged in fishing or the industry, right? So the formal part of the training is normally comes after, right? In the industry, that's just generally how it is. But when they come to us, they really appreciate the training that they get, because we show you how to do things properly and more efficiently, all right? In terms of advancing your career. And in terms of fishing, quality is one of the major factors, right? Because in terms of repeat customer sales and so forth, right? And in addition to that, one of the things that may have propelled them to where they are is the value-added part of it. And anyone can sell regular fish, like fresh fish or frozen fish. But when you are able to offer a value-added product, all right, that is tasty and it's convenient, right? That is where the real money comes in. That's where the industry is most lucrative. All right. So where you have the hand pepperoni, the smoked fish, and those areas, those past students, that's where they would have testified that yes, what we would have showed them, they would have taken that and propel their career or their business idea into fruition.
Nice. And it was interesting that you just mentioned the ham, pepperoni, smoked fish, because when I saw this sausage machine or loading machine, I can't remember the name of it. I was like, I didn't realize it had fish sausage. That's interesting. It's something that, I am looking forward to trying. All right. I have another student who asks, at what age can I enter the fishing industry or can I get to work, in one of those companies? What age is a required age or a recommended age for children or individuals to get involved in the fishing industry?
You can enter the fish industry from as early as 16 years old, right? And there's no formal requirements. You just have to have basic literacy, all right? And you can enter, and that goes to fishing, as in fisheries, as well as the maritime sector. So it will come down and you can get all the information.
Okay, great. So I think this question is for the maritime section. A student is saying, I am interested in being involved in the fishing industry. I can't swim, however. Do you all teach swimming?
No, we don't teach swimming, but we teach survival at sea and safety at sea. And in that module, or we do a practical where you do have to go into the water. You're very safe and secure with life jackets, and we have competent staff who's in the water with you. But it's not per se a swimming class. It's more of a safety at sea or personal survival technique.
Okay, great. And I did not notice it. Maybe it was mentioned and I did not see it. In terms of excuse me, mending nets and that sort of things. Do you all teach that as well?
We also do that at some point, but as Mr. Singer mentioned before, we at CFTBI can customize a training program to suit your needs. So if you need to learn net mending, net repair, we can also get that done for you. We can customize. We have a large array of persons who would be able to teach and tutor in those areas.
Oh, great. So I know you said ideally, if you can get interested persons to come to your institute and be trained, that is what you want ideally. But in the absence of that, if that cannot happen, you have individuals who do outreach programs and would go to the different ports and ensure that individuals are trained and that sort of thing as well, right?
Yes. So we normally will liaise with the community.
Yeah.
All right. And try to do it like in a community center or something like that. That's an area that is, common to everyone. And once we get a good cohort of people, we will organize an outreach event in whatever their interest, whether it be net mending, outboard boat engine repairs, even fish handling, quality assurance, all these different areas. Yeah.
Okay. I know if you go to Hotel Institute, there is a cost attached to going to these institutions. Is there a cost attached to going to or coming to Caribbean Fisheries Training and Development Institute?
Yes, yes. Our courses, we do charge a fee, but it's a minimal fee. Seafood technology courses start at $800, and our maritime courses start at $3,000, and that is just to start with the basic or the pre-requirement to go to the other courses. It doesn't pass $3,000 for the seafood tech, but the maritime can go up because that's a bigger industry. All right, remember that's oil and gas, so the training will commensurate with that based on what qualifications you're looking to go. As they go higher up, the different qualifications. Yes, but in terms of the customizing the training, you know, the fees as well will be adapted to what they need. All right.
Okay. And even though I know you said it in the presentation, someone is asking, how much money can you make from this job? Is this a very lucrative career for someone to get into? Because everybody wants to make that money. They want to make the money. Let us make sure they make the money honestly. So they're asking if it's a very lucrative career.
Yes, I would say so, because like a boatman, okay, a boatman, a fisherman, he has his vessel. If you have to put your boat for hire, let's start basically, and you will charge no less than $1,500 for the day.
Okay.
Right? That's just to hire him. If he goes fishing and he gets a good catch, he can land for $2,000 based on the quantity and the market price and the type of species he lands. So, we land a lot of kingfish, carrot, redfish, right? And those are the choice fish. So those carry high prices, right? You can start at $2,000 in terms of revenue, right? Of course, notwithstanding, you must take out your gas and you pay a crew and so on. Look at that. If you go into fish sales as a middleman, you take the fish, you basically do primary processing, which is cutting, cleaning, scaling, gutting, all right? And actually part-time, that can earn you a decent salary of approximately $6,000. If you go full-time, you can even earn up to $10,000. And we have data that suggests that, well, of course, the more you sell, we had some fishermen or retailers earning as much as $20,000 when the month comes. All right. Yes. Wow. So you just have to sell more. So you have marketing involved, and you get the goods and you push off your goods. You have good quality fish. All right. Now we have the value-added stuff as well. You buy your fish at, let's say, $10, and you add some value to it. You salt it, you smoke it, or you make some burgers. You can now sell that, at maybe $30 a pound. So you have a very large area where profit could be made. But you still need the training. You need to teach you how to do it. All right. So that's where you come to us. So yes, in terms of the maritime sector, when you do a basic training, so we have the other side, that salary starts at $10,000, right? And that is the lowest level when you enter the maritime industry. And then in terms of how that industry works, you build your sea time, and then you get different qualifications to move up the ladder, right? For example, deckhand and maid cook, right? And you go up to captain, which is like the highest. So you can start at 10 basic now as a young individual, and a captain can make as much as $250,000 US. Okay, so there is a lot of possibilities out there. You just have to be able to be consistent and put in the hard work, get your proper training, all right, and enjoy what you do. And yes, so yes, so if I answer the question properly, yes, so it is lucrative. There is money to be made. You can make a career out of it and live comfortably.
Okay, great. So there you have it, kids, that fishing is very lucrative. Fishing helps provide food, and there are many different career opportunities for you within the fishing industry. On behalf of Ministry of Education Student Support Services Division, Guidance and Counseling Section, I would like to thank you from the Fisheries Institute, for being here with us and sharing your wealth of knowledge with us and opening our minds and our eyes to the varied career opportunities that are there for us. We know it's not too early to start dreaming. And as you said, you can start in the fishing industry from as early as age 16. And we may have some students who might be very close to 16 because these are students who are in standards 4 and 5 preparing for SEA exam. All right, not everybody is academically inclined. Some might be better at trade, some might be better at getting out there and doing other things. So it's always good to have this information to share with the children. So I want to thank you all for being here with us, and we do look forward for brighter days ahead when we could actually visit your institute and we could continue to collaborate with you. All right, so thank you very much, Sir and Miss. Students, at this time, you're welcome. Students, at this time, we are about to break for lunch. You are to go on lunch from 11:30 to 12:30. And after lunch, you will join us again right here, same platform for us to continue. But before you leave for lunch, I have another riddle for you. So I'm going to give you the time to figure out the riddle. And when we come back in at 12:30, you could put your answer on in the chat for me, on screen or in the chat for me. And we are going to select the person who gave us the correct answer first. And you will be awarded a small token for being here and participating in this, our first ever virtual career fair. So, riddle me this, riddle me that. Get your answer, put it in the chat. I work with smoke, a queen, and thousands of workers. Who am I? What is my job? I'm going to call the riddle again for you. Say it again. Riddle me this, riddle me that. Get your answer, put it in the chat. I work with smoke, a queen, and thousands of workers. Who am I? What is my job? All right, so there you have your riddle to keep you occupied during the lunch period, and we'll see you back at 12:30 p.m. Bye. Okay, good afternoon, and I'm trusting that we all had a very delicious and filling lunch. As we start our afternoon session, let me see how many of you were able to solve my riddle. So I am awaiting responses, and I'll say the riddle one more time. Riddle me this, riddle me that. Get your answer, put it in the chat. I work with smoke, a queen, and thousands of workers. Who am I? What is my job? Waiting. Anybody with a response for me? Okay, someone answered before we went to lunch. Aaron Alexis said firefighter. That wasn't the answer I was looking for. The answer is a beekeeper. Remember, there is a queen bee and the other bees are called workers. Yes, so it is a beekeeper. Somehow you are not answering my riddles, but I'm looking forward to you all answering the other riddles as we go along. All right, this afternoon, we have a presenter who I find is totally dynamic. All right, I have seen him present in the past, and the students really love his presentations. It is always a joy to see him present and hear the presentations come in. So I want to take pleasure in welcoming this person to you. He comes from the Ministry of National Security. And this is very, very important because even though we don't have our beaches and water areas, water parks open for us to go and participate and take part in things, he is still a very important and integral part of keeping you safe. Let us welcome with us today, representing Ministry of National Security Lifeguard Department, our very friendly lifeguard, Mr. Wayne Drysdale, to present to us. So let's welcome Wayne. Remember what I said, take notes, sit back, relax, ask questions, answer questions. There might be something for you to win.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hi, we're not seeing you.
All right, so you see me now?
Yes.
All right. So good afternoon, all. It's a pleasure again on behalf of the Ministry of National Security and of course, all the lifeguards in the country. I am so pleased to be here today to talk to you about lifeguarding as a career. Lifeguarding is one of those fantastic careers. I'm sure most of you go to the beaches and you look up on those towers and you see the lifeguard and you say, boy, his work must be fun. But is lifeguard a serious job? It is. It is one of those very serious jobs. Yes, it is in a location where people do have fun because they come to enjoy themselves. But guess who doesn't go to the beach to enjoy themselves? I didn't hear you. The lifeguards. Their responsibility is to ensure everybody is safe. So your role and function as a lifeguard is totally different to the other people coming. So again, it is a fantastic job. It's one of those jobs that anybody will enjoy. So let me introduce myself. as you heard, I am Wayne Drysdale. I'm a lifeguard, 33 years working with the Ministry of National Security. My department is water safety education, where we train people, we educate the public on different safety measures as they go to the beaches as well. I'm also an instructor and an EMT, emergency medical technician. I've also represented Trinidad and Tobago at different World Life-Saving Conferences in England and in Germany. I'm also a volunteer with the Trinidad and Tobago Life-Saving Society. So in all these areas, I am very passionate about life-saving and lifeguarding. So I'm going to tell you a lot about it today. And I hope you enjoy, and I hope many of you one day become a lifeguard. Who would like to be a lifeguard? Are you brave? Are you strong? Let me see your muscles. I'm not seeing. Are your muscles too small? Let me see then. Ooh, okay. Who likes to help people? Ooh, lifeguarding is very responsible. You got to help people even in danger. Imagine you going into a job where when people get in trouble and everybody running out of the water, who runs in the water? The lifeguard, because his role is to rescue people in danger who are losing their lives in the ocean. And you have to be capable to save their lives. So, who likes to run? Not everybody. Running is a big part. You have a whole beach to run sometimes. Who likes to swim? Ooh, great. All right. Who likes to ride jet skis? Great, wonderful. That's some of the equipments that are coming back into the lifeguards service as well. And also, you get to dive in the deep sea with all your mask and snorkel and dive in the ocean. And guess what? Whose job is going to be at the beach every day of their working lives? Think about that. You're at the beach every day, but it's not always fun. It's a big, big responsibility. You know, not all lifeguards work at the beach. Do you have any idea where lifeguards work besides the beach? Yeah, pools. Some work at boat cruises. Some even around construction sites. Yeah, near the ocean. Yeah, they work there as well. And you know, it's a good skill to have because many students, when they leave this country and they go abroad and they are certified as lifeguards, they get jobs in their spare time in pools abroad, even when they're in university. Yeah, something to think about. So it's a career path that has a way forward in many different ways. So, some advice to you. You are in school now, and we encourage you. In school, we want you to learn all your sciences, biology, know your English well, your math. Of course, you know why you know English, right? Lifeguards have to speak to people. Yeah, and if you cannot speak and people can't understand what you're saying, then that's not good communication, okay? And even we encourage youngsters in school to learn a foreign language because we have so many people coming to this country with different languages. And many times, lifeguards that don't understand another language have problems to understand. They may be trying to tell you, hey, somebody drowning, and you're asking them, what? So it's good to know a foreign language as well. And you know what? Even when tourists come to the country, it's important that we do a good job. Now, most of our visitors to our beaches are locals, people who live here, right? Yeah, people who live here are the ones who mostly come to our beaches, but then there are foreigners. You can imagine a foreigner coming to one of our beaches in Trinidad and losing their lives. You know how bad that will be for our tourist industry and the money we need. Yes, and the foreigners we need to have come into this country. We need to keep it safe, right? So, and we as lifeguards also know all the different beaches around the country, so we could also advise them, listen, you can do this, you can go to this beach, you know, depends on what they like to do. We could also advise them where they can go so they can enjoy themselves as well. So, you know, you as a lifeguard, you actually are like an ambassador, someone who would give information, and you know about these things. So you need to know all about our beaches and so on. So there's a lot for us to learn as we go forward in becoming, you know, lifeguards. People will want to know which beaches have the big waves because they're into surfing. Others just want calm waters. Some want to go snorkeling where there are reefs and where they can see the marine life. So you got to know. So knowing your geography too is also going to be important. And knowing, you know, all about our country is fantastic. So the big question, how do we become a lifeguard? You see, in the younger stages, what we try to tell people, listen, if you're ever interested in becoming a lifeguard, there are stages, just like in school, there are different levels. So lifeguard have to do many different levels of training, you know? So to become a lifeguard as a youngster, you wouldn't be able to become a lifeguard right away. But we encourage people to join a life-saving school. One of these schools that you will get all the information about, you know, life-saving, how to recognize somebody in trouble. Many times people drown. Do you know why? And they drown right next to people because people are unable to recognize somebody in difficulty and they lose their lives. And this is so, so sad, you know? So join a life-saving school. What they're going to do there, or join a swim club first of all, if possible. If not at the life-saving school, they teach you to swim. They make you a good swimmer. They make you a strong swimmer, which is important. That's very important for lifeguards. True? Yeah, because you have to face the water and the currents and the waves. Ooh, a big wave ever knock you over? How did that feel? Yeah, lifeguards get knocked over too. But in our training, we learn how to handle, when to go over waves, when to go under. So, our training is so much and so many different areas, which I'll tell you about shortly. Right? So, join that life-saving school. There are many at some of the major pools. They do have life-saving clubs or groups. Find out and start, or at least start learning to swim and really swimming well. For the Ministry of National Security, we take in lifeguards after we advertise in the media, whether it's the papers, the press, wherever, you know, on television. So we would advertise and we would tell people which sites we are. So we go to different beaches where we would, you know, ask people to come. People do come out in big numbers to become lifeguards. But remember, one of the things we also look for is responsible people. So even through our assessment, we assess how people or individuals carry themselves and act, because we know some people only want to be a lifeguard to look pretty. You know, they can't look pretty. And therefore, looking pretty is for being skillful. And we look for the ones who can be very capable. So what would we do? When they come to the different sites, wherever we advertise for what date, we would, you know, we because right now they didn't have necessarily actually need passes at the moment. That will change very soon. We do give a dictation test because people need to know that they're going to be doing many different types of programs as a lifeguard. You have many programs to do. You need to even do medical work, because as a lifeguard, you have to know all about first aid, you know, and then we have to carry you through different programs as you move along. You may even become an instructor. So we have programs we send them to in UB to become a physical training instructor. All right. We also have to ensure that they could write reports properly. All these things are very important in a lifeguard's role when they have to do things like their launch captain, learning how to handle boats and so. No, we don't have any boats in the service right now, but we do train them in those areas as well. So there are many different programs, underwater diving, safety measures, and so on. You get to do all these things. And of course, in that evaluation, we also physically see if they're capable. So they can't only be bright, they also have to be capable. So guess what we do? We give them some push-ups to do. Who likes push-ups? You could only do 2? We want to see how much you could do in 2 minutes. As much as you could do in 2 minutes. So start testing yourself right now. We give you sit-ups. We give you to run a mile. That's long or short? Short? Great. You only have a mile to run. And of course, we assess your swimming ability. People don't have to be great swimmers, but they have to be capable. We can train them the rest of the way, but you have to come to us quite capable, right? And those are the things we look for as we attempt to bring people to be a lifeguard in this country, you know? So there are many skills that we need as we, to become a lifeguard. There are many, many different skills that we need to be capable of as we become a lifeguard. See if I bring this. Right. So we already said a lifeguard. So these are some of the skills that you need as a lifeguard. A lifeguard needs to be strong. Guess what? He needs to lift up about 100 pounds. Yeah, 100. Yep, you have to be capable of lifting up about that, right? You got to be able to run fast. Somebody's in trouble. Do you know seconds matter? So you have to be a very fast runner as well, which you can train to become. We already said you have to be a great swimmer, right? We have to be able to identify someone in difficulty in the water so we can get to them in time. If we don't see certain signs of a person getting into trouble, yes, lifeguards are trained to identify things that people will do before they even get into trouble, right? We teach you, these lifeguards know how to make many different types of rescues with many different types of equipment as well, you know? So we give them different types of equipment as they go along to work with, you know? So, yes, so they need to have, use different types of equipment as well, right? So with these equipments, we're talking about kayaks, rescue boards, rescue cans, this little orange can you see in their hands as well, and of course, the jet skis. Lifeguards learn all about ocean currents. Most people lose their lives in the ocean because of the currents that are very strong. All lifeguards have a whistle. You seen the lifeguard with a whistle? Yeah, they carry a whistle. Anytime you hear a lifeguard's whistle, it's to attract your attention. The lifeguard needs to call you and indicate to you where he wants you to go. So anytime you're at the beach and you hear a lifeguard's whistle, pay attention right away. You may be the one in trouble. Lifeguards need how to go through these big waves. we use certain flags as well, as you can see, right? And these flags, as red and yellow ones, identify safe. And if you see a solid red, danger. Don't go into those areas. Some of the equipment you see the lifeguards use as well. And lifeguards need to do first aid, CPR. You know exactly what is first aid and CPR? Yeah, when we compress on a person's chest. Yes, as I said, going through the waves, they have to be able to do it very fast and very capable in order to get to somebody quickly. Yes, sometimes, as we said, you also have to carry people. Lifeguards work in teams. In teams means in groups, because while one person going for someone or two going for people, many times people will drown one at a time, you know. They drown in numbers, and more than one lifeguard may actually have to respond in rescues, right? And so lifeguards work in teams, while others bring in rescue equipment and so on, right? Ooh, I'm not asking you to lift your friend on your back because you're going to damage yourself. They're all trained in methods and how to go about doing this. Do lifeguards need to carry people sometimes? Yes, they need to carry them. And not everybody very slim either. So he's going to need a member of his team to help carry people as well. So this is also what we spoke about, first aid and CPR. But this is just simulating, meaning these guys are not actually pressing on the person's chest. They are just pretending. So please don't do this on any friends, because it's not safe to do on a person. So the lifeguards in their training, they also simulate or pretend they are doing it, locating the center of the chest and compressing straight down. Yes, some of the rescue boards as well are out in the ocean that they may have to use as well. And this is what my lifeguards use. We use mannequins to do our training, because lifeguards continue to train all the time. You must keep training, and training is very important, right? Here again, learning to administer oxygen while doing CPR. So there's some, and yes, we have many female lifeguards, as you can see, who are very, very important. They're well-trained women and capable of making many rescues as well. Here we go again. We're showing you some of the equipment used, defibrillators and so, using to shock the heart in order to try to restart the heart, how to administer air to a casualty. Some of them in a training room doing a program, right? And also lifeguards need to communicate with the public. It's very important we communicate with the public in order to, explain to them. People come to the lifeguards for advice. Here we see some pictures as we move to some school programs and so, where we communicate with the kids to show them the importance of the role. And all this is done in some of our programs, training programs, some of our career days as well. And you see what the screen on the side says? How to identify a lifeguard. Yellow shirt, red shorts. Are these three girls looking like lifeguards? One day, maybe you may see them on our beaches. And as we see some of the youngsters getting involved in the training as well, very much excited, and they understand how to do CPR and save lives. Yes, a child, any child can save an adult. And see how they're all doing it. Some of them doctors dressed up in all their career uniforms or outfits, some of them. Even the businessman is getting involved in CPR because people fall down in his office. So it's important. Everyone knows. Yep. Oh, these guys are strong. You don't have to say anymore. They are strong. Look at them. Nice, strong guys. The girls are also nurses who want to be nurses one day, or maybe even doctors. And they're learning how to do CPR on a baby that's under 1 year old. All excited, all very much involved, using just 2 fingers to compress on the heart. So these are all parts of the exciting roles and function of the lifeguard. So this is what lifeguards do, especially going to the career days and so. Unfortunately, we don't have that opportunity. But at this point in time, I know you're anxious to ask me questions and so on. Just quickly, I just want to give you a quick rundown and a short couple-minute film before you ask questions. Okay? So just briefly, a day in the life of a lifeguard. A lifeguard arrives at work early. He checks his equipment, his uniform, gets in his uniform, and goes out to the beach. Lifeguards start to work at 10 a.m. Their role and function is to protect the people on the beach lives. So his role is very important. Should he make any mistakes, people can lose their lives. He would then check the water conditions. Is it rough? Where is dangerous? Are there dangerous areas? He will then put a red flag in those areas. If you recognize a safe bathing area, he'll mark it off with 2 red and yellow flags and expect 1 flag that's half red, half yellow. He'll put down 2 when people are supposed to be between that. Right? That also indicates the areas that lifeguards, patrol. So after checking the water conditions, putting out the flags, he would advise bathers of the dangerous areas and move them to safer areas. He will then go to his tower, the lifeguard tower, which is high up. He would identify what he does when he gets there. He identify high-risk groups, like a mother with 7 children, teenagers that getting on wild. They tend to be people that we will target or assume they are the ones that could get in trouble quite easily. So we'll always pay a little more attention to those people, right? And then sometimes lifeguards have to run into the water to make rescues. Not only do we have to enter the water to make rescues, sometimes people pass out on the beach with heart problems and we have to respond. So at the end of the day, whatever happens, the lifeguard will make a report and then leave the beach by about 5:30 p.m. Once the lifeguard has left the beach, he would not leave the site till about 6 p.m. So lifeguards, we encourage people to be at the beach between 10 a.m. and 5:30 p.m. Right? So the lifeguard's main role and function is to prevent people from drowning, then make rescues. Prevention is it. And then, should anything go wrong, we provide life support for those that need to do CPR and so on. So let me get into the film. Just as we are about to go into a short film of, unfortunately, I didn't have local coverage, but this will show you what and how a lifeguard feels as he goes through his day at times. So pay attention. Short little film coming up now. Okay, as it says, it's in Australia, a distressed non-swimmer, a girl, little girl, has gotten into trouble. See if you could identify this little girl in trouble. Where is she?
We are not hearing Mr. Drysdale. Is it supposed to have sound?
So that's it. I am now going to open the floor. So, anyone who would like to ask questions, I will open the floor now for questions. And it was a pleasure so far.
Hi, Mr. Drysdale. So I have a couple of questions. Hi.
Oh my gosh.
Yes. I told them you were my friend, you know.
Oh boy. I am so pleased to see you.
Yes. Same here. Same here.
Oh, wow.
So I have a few questions for you.
Sure.
Let's see. So one person asked, are lifeguards always around water?
Well, I can tell you something. Lifeguards every day of the week are only around very few beaches. Actually, only 10 or 11 beaches in this entire country, we have lifeguards around. Under the National Ministry of National Security, we provide 10 beaches: Maracas, Las Cuevas, Tyrico Bay. Then you have Toco, Sally Bay. And as you go down, Miaro, Manzanilla, and then down in the Southland, Quinam, Vestany, and Lucero. Those are the only beaches we protect. And CDA, I do believe, have certain days, weekends, they provide security. So no, lifeguards are not around all the time. Yes, we on the North Coast try to educate the youngsters in the area, so at least when we are not there, they could also advise people going in. But sometimes the attitude of people, although you're giving them advice or a youngster giving them advice, is very unfortunate. They don't take it nicely. Yeah. So some of them tend to just not say anything, which is so sad.
Really sad. Another question, at what age can I become a lifeguard?
Lifeguards actually become certified to the higher level. From 14 years, you can start training to do your life-saving 1, 2, and 3 certifications. And once you've crossed 16 years of age, then you can go to what we consider the higher levels, bronze medallion or bronze cross now it's called, which certifies them as a pool lifeguard. But to become an ocean lifeguard, you'll still need to go beyond that stage. But that's why I indicated the early stages: do your swimming, keep being fit in life, do sports and different activities which make you strong and fast. Not everybody think that way, but there's nothing wrong with everybody being fit, capable to run and swim, and join a life-saving school from a young age. You may not actually be able to do some of these certifications, or they may not take you until 14, but certainly join some swimming organization and other sporting organizations.
Great, great. Another question for you. Are there any special qualifications that I need in order to become a lifeguard?
Well, as you come into the service, we just need you to be physically fit and capable of swimming, running, show us a level of fitness. That's what we need to see from you. All the other skills we will do. We carry them through a 4-month training program every day, Monday to Friday. And yes, we don't keep you inside like the military. You come and train and you go home every day. Right, but you need to return to the beach site, which some people, it's not so close to their homes and very difficult for them. But yes, 5 days a week, you have to be there to do the training. It includes fitness, skills, recognizing how to use certain equipment. You even learn your CPR and first aid, what to do in emergencies, or all the preparation in all these areas. It's well covered under our training programs. So even though you come in the service and you don't have much, you need to come in with your basic fitness level. right? And the ability to learn. From there, we do the rest.
Okay, great. Now, I know you said just now that you can start training from as early as 14 years old.
Yeah.
All right. So are you saying that from the age of 14, we can get into lifeguard school, into the training school?
Into a life-saving school, certainly.
Life-saving school? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
great.
they usually will take them from that. Some actually may take a little younger, close to the age, you know, but they will generally take in. We don't have many life-saving clubs, but they have in the north, the central, the east. Yeah, I'm not sure about central right now, but I know there is in the east, Port of Spain, you know, and south, they had some program down in south as well.
Okay. Okay, great. You mentioned again that you may have to run a mile. All right, but you did not mention, you did not mention how many push-ups you might have to do in training. And someone wants to know how many push-ups you would have to do. So I guess they want to start practicing from now.
Oh, yes. Okay, so what we'll do, we will give you we give you a time of 2 minutes. And we say to you, do as many push-ups as you can. With good form, we show you how it's done, right? Similar to the other military programs, very similar. You must do perfect push-ups. So you could imagine, you do about 4 push-ups, and the guy that counting your push-ups still saying 1, 1, what? Because you're not going low enough, or you're not doing it properly, so you're still on 1. In 2 minutes, you have to do as many push-ups as you can. So I always encourage them, start with 2 push-ups, and go to 5, and then start seeing how much you could do. But try and look and see how push-ups are well done, because push-ups are one of those exercises is needed in every single sport. Even if you play football and you feel it's a leg sport, guess what? You still have to bounce people off and lean on them and go around them. So every single sport, push-ups is critical for.
Great. All right, another question here. From your experience, and I mean, I know you have been doing it for a while now.
Yes.
Which group of individuals do you see, or do you have to rescue most? Do you have to rescue adults, children, or teens more from dangerous situations?
We have a lot of teenagers that we actually rescue, a lot of them. Just like in Australia, we have actually do have quite a number of children. Our bigger groups come from the teenage and the adult. Yeah, the adults. Okay. Not so many kids, but we still, in this country, we have a lot of kids. Because you see, you know, we talk about the rip currents and the area is deeper in those areas. So people are deceived when they go into the ocean. And when they think they're in shallow water, the water pull them across, not even out, and they fall into these holes. And then suddenly, because children are smaller or shorter, we have a lot of kids as well getting involved. But certainly, teenage and adults are our biggest rescues in this country.
Okay. And interestingly, though, you spoke of the rip currents, because I was just about to ask another question someone had here. They asked, how do lifeguards see people drowning? And my question really would be from it, what signs do you look for to know that someone might be in difficulty or someone is actually in difficulty?
Right, so one of the early indications as a lifeguard, we do a lot of profiling as well in our interests. So in other words, we profile attitudes, how people, when they enter the water, how they approach the water. So if we see someone approach the water and waves, we have start to capsize them, we know that person's at risk. So 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 we ability at the beach is limited. Anybody who know about waves will know to turn side on or go under if the wave's big, you know what I mean? There are certain skills. If we don't see that, we'll know it's somewhat limited. Other areas we're going to recognize is where we generally put the flags. The current will always pull, the red flag that is, sorry, the current will pull people towards it. So from the time the current starts to pull people, and we already saw certain things from them telling us the information or the ability appear to be limited. You know, imagine you walking into a wave and pushing your chest. No, you get capsized. Those are the people we see flipping coming back to the beach. Head, then foot, head, then foot. And they stand up with sand in their mouth. Right, so we know. Right, so once we see them going towards the currents, we'll try to go and move them. But sometimes the current will move them so fast that we know if they go into some of these areas, it is so strong, they may not know how to come out of it. So that's why we have to recognize certain signs from before and recognize who are the people who could get into trouble. So we will see certain signs from the individual or the reckless behavior. You know, we will also notice with people, as you saw in the short film, they tend to, when they're in trouble, raise their arms above their head. But our advice, if you're in trouble, most times people get vertical or straight, okay? Yeah. And this, if any lifeguard or anybody know about swimming, if you get straight, you go down easily. But the poor, what we consider non-swimmer, doesn't know that. All he wants to do is breathe. So he puts his head at the highest point, and that's where the trouble starts. He now gets vertical and he sinks. Should he put his body at an angle, he will be able to stay up a little more. So we now categorize them. We have 4 categories because we need to know them, because if we go out there and there are a number of people in trouble, we will want to know who to save first, who can stay up longer. All these things a lifeguard assesses. Where does he pass? You know, do I get in the current earlier? Do I run down the side of the current? So there are many, many factors in a few seconds. And you heard it, 30 seconds, and that person could go under. And that's from the time the person started to get in trouble. That's what's so difficult and why we have to be able to respond, recognize and respond quickly. 30 seconds, and we could lose a casualty. So the 4 categories, we categorize them as non-swimmers, those who keep their body and head straight to the highest point and they keep going up and down. The weak swimmer, lying on the tummy, making some kind of swimming action, may not be moving. Then you have those with injury that will be holding on to it and you could hear them bawling or keeping themselves up. What we know about the non-swimmer, most times they don't call for help because every time they open their mouth, water goes in, so they can't call. Right? And then the other one that's unconscious, who's not there, they're just unconscious. We do not know if they're dead or alive until we arrive on them. So by categorizing, we recognize and we also put them into a category to know who we should save first. So, you know, it's a lot of training and serious stuff.
Yes.
No, that's not to run you kids. That's to encourage you. You can get that good.
That will run them, because one question they always ask, and it's the last question I'm putting out here now because we have another presenter.
Yes.
Of course, this group of children here, they want to know about money. They want to know if being a lifeguard pays.
Well, the lifeguard service is one of those services that's not the best paid. Many, unfortunately, you know, the number of negotiations, but I'm certain by the time you get to this service, things will be much improved. So it's not one of the better paying services. It's good. You know, I've been able to survive, you know, but I certainly tell you that there are many negotiations going on because the role and function of the lifeguard is being appreciated a little more, you know, especially by our members of our public, when they see what the lifeguards are actually capable of doing, and they know it's not an easy job. As I indicated, people running out of the water, and who's running in? You,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah, so that's it. So, Mr. Drysdale, I want to thank you. It's always a pleasure having you with us. And I'm
Yes.
really happy that you were able to be here with us today and share some of your knowledge with our students. So, I want to invite you to click on backstage, to go backstage so that they
Yes.
could pop you, have a conversation with you
Yeah.
as we continue on this end. Thank you once again, Mr. Drysdale. Looking forward to seeing you in the future.
It's a
So
pleasure with you,
students,
Miss Lou.
no problem. So students, there you have it. You heard from Mr. Drysdale, a very accomplished and experienced lifeguard. And it was indeed a pleasure, having him here with us. This evening, or before I go, I must acknowledge Miss Roy, Nalini Roy. You were the one who answered my question, the first to answer the question, the riddle correctly. So kindly attach your school in the chat so I'll know what school we'll send this stuff to. Okay? All right. So if I have time at the end, I will give you another riddle to end the evening. However, at this time, we have another presenter for you. And this presenter is in the name of Miss Naomi Francis. Now, Miss Naomi Francis represents Childline. And this is very important. These are important people. Why are they important? Because just like student support services guidance officers, they are also here to help you. They are people that you can reach out to if you have any concerns and you need assistance. You need someone to talk to. If you cannot get in contact with your guidance officer, there is always Childline for you to contact. So I am going to hand you over to Miss Naomi Francis of Childline, who will share some knowledge with you, tell you how you can get into her profession to do a job like her, explain how wonderful it is to be in that profession, and just generate a lot of interest. So Miss Naomi Francis, I want to welcome you to our afternoon session, and I do await patiently, like the students, to hear all that you have to share with us.
Thank you for that introduction, and good afternoon to everyone. Today I'll be sharing a wonderful presentation with you guys, so look forward to that. All right, so my name again is Naomi Francis. You could call me Miss Francis for the evening, and I am an outreach officer here at Childline. So today you're going to learn about Childline, what we do here, and you can see if it is interesting to you, right? And if it's interesting to you, I'll be showing you the things that you could do both now, when you get a little bit older, and in the future after you graduate, to be a part of a team in possibly Childline or in any other organization that focuses on helping people and helping children. So before we go into today's presentation, I want to wake you guys up and see how well you focus. So I think one of the coordinators, probably Miss Bevon, will help me out a little bit and let me know what your responses are for the game that I'm gonna be doing with you guys today, okay? So, yes? Yeah? Okay.
Yes, go ahead.
Right, so let's move on to the game. The game is called Can You Find My Friend? All right, so let me show you guys. Okay, so the first round of this game that we're going to play is a practice round. So in this practice round, I'll explain the rules to you guys. You guys can have a little practice, see what you have to do, and then we'll jump into the real rounds after. All right, once you guys get the hang of it. So the game is called Can You Find My Friend, right? And this is the storyline. So my friend and I, we went to an amusement park together, but while I was buying something to eat, right, I lost them. Right, which is very common. So you guys need to, if you guys are going to a very crowded place with your parents, always make sure to stay next to your parents, right? Right. So I need to describe what my friend looks like to the park police in order to find them back, right? But here's the problem. I only remember that my friend had blue hair, you know, blue hair, blue eyes. That's all I remember, right? And I completely forgot their outfit. So how am I going to accurately describe them to the park police? So I need you guys to help me find my friend, right? So this is his picture. I want you guys to take a good look at his face, right? So I want you, when we go to the next slide, to please look out for him. Look at his face now, try to find him, and let me know what clothes, what the color of the clothes that he's wearing, what it is, right? So I could report it to the police, right? So when you find him, and when you find out what colors he's wearing, type it in the chat, and Miss will read out the answers for me, and we'll see if you guys got it correct and help me find my friend, right? So practice round, let's go. Okay, the timer is up. Miss Bevon, did anyone put anything in the chat?
Yes, I'm seeing someone said blue. Blue what? They did not finish the response.
Anything else?
Okay, somebody said green. No, they're confusing me. Blue, green. Okay, just now I'm getting another response here. Okay, so someone said, and I think they made a slight mistake, so I'll correct it for them one time. Red shirt and blue pants.
Okay.
Okay, another one said red, green, orange. I don't know what that is. But one said red shirt and blue pants.
Okay, so let's see if we could find where my friend is. Let's look at the results, find where my friend is, and see who was correct. Let's go. There he is. He is wearing a green
blue
overall.
and green. Okay.
Yes, blue
That's
and
why
green.
someone said blue and then green. Okay.
Very correct.
Okay.
Very correct.
Great.
So
Great.
it's okay if some of you guys did not get his color. I know somebody who said red and blue who they were looking at, but you guys need to look at their faces very carefully, okay? And be very focused, right? So it's okay if you got them wrong. Let's move on to a second round to see if you guys can get it right this time. All right. So let's go into round one. Okay, so this is my friend Bethany, and we came to the amusement park, but I lost her, right? And I only remember that she has brown hair and that she was wearing a brown overalls, right? So you guys know what the overalls are. I have a little picture of the overalls that she's wearing right here, right? So she has brown hair, she's wearing these brown overalls. But man, I completely forgot the color of the shirt that she's wearing under those overalls, you know, you guys. So can you guys please look at the picture, try to find my friend Bethany, this is her face here, and type in the chat what color shirt she's wearing underneath her overalls. Okay, guys? So let's move on. 1, 2, 3, go. Okay, time is up, Miss Bevon. Any answers?
Okay, let's see. An answer is coming in now. Pink shirt. Someone said pink shirt. Another answer is coming. Red shirt. Okay. Let's see if any more is coming. Yes, another one is coming again. Pink skirt. I guess shirt, they probably meant. Pink shirt. Red dress.
Yeah.
Another one is coming. Black shirt. Red t-shirt.
Okay. All right, guys. Thank you for your responses. Let's see who found my friend Bethany for me and then find somebody else. All right. There she is. She's wearing a pink shirt, which could also be red. So that's fine. So the person who put red as well, you guys are okay. All right. So there she is. So I'm going to give you guys one more chance and then we're going to jump in straight into what Childline is about, what you guys came here for, right? One more. Let's go. Round 2. All right, you guys know the drill. Silly me, I lost my friend again. But this time I remember that he has brown hair. I also remember that he's wearing an orange shirt. And I remember that that orange shirt specifically has blue stripes on it, right? And I don't remember the color of his pants. Okay, so I want you guys to look at the picture. Look at his picture. Look at the clothes that he is wearing on top. Remember, he has an orange shirt, blue stripes. I just need to find out what color pants he is wearing so I can give a full description and find him, okay? So let's jump straight into it. All right, any responses?
I'm seeing a response coming in. So I'm looking for some new responses. Someone said green pants.
Okay.
All right, black pants. Let's see. Brown striped shirt.
Okay. All right.
One more, blue pants. Someone said blue pants.
Ah, okay. All right, so let's see what the answer is, guys. And there he is. He's wearing a blue pants. A very interesting combination he has on there, right? So thank you, guys. I hope that this little game that we played was fun. And I hope that the concentration that you used for this game to find my friends is the same concentration that you guys use to pay attention to my lovely presentation. Okay, so let's dive into what we do at Childline and see if you guys would be interested in ever pursuing a career or job like this. Okay, so Childline is an organization that is dedicated to the welfare and protection of persons, young children, and young adults under the age of 25 years old, right? So welfare and protection. This means that we want to make sure that children like you and other young people living in whatever environment that they may be living in, they are not being hurt in any way, right? So let's talk about what we do to make that happen. Childline provides 3 services. So let's take a look at the first one. Nice. So I played that short little clip to give you a little insight into what this part of Childline does. The word that I have up on my screen here says helpline, right? So with our helpline, you can call us at the numbers 800-4321, or an easier one to remember, 131. And it costs no money to call us. You can call us any time of the day. And yeah, that's exactly how things go here. So completely free, 24/7, which means you can call us any time of year, right? So Ms. Francis, why should I call? Well, our helpline offers a lot of different services, right? So I have 6 outlined here on the screen. The first one says guidance. So we're here to give you guidance. If something is going on with you and you want advice for it, but you don't know who to trust, you can call 131 and you can come and talk to us. We also offer counseling. So if something really tiring or difficult has been happening to you and you feel like mommy or daddy or auntie, grandma, or friends at school, they don't or they won't understand you, you can call us. And we're also here for something called crisis intervention. And this means that if something dangerous or if something that could be dangerous is happening to you at home or happening to you at school, and you're not sure who to tell, you could come and you could call us at 131, right? We're also here for education, right? So we're here to help you learn how to take care of yourselves. And not only you, but we're here to help your mom and your dad, your parents, the persons in your community, how to help them learn how to take care of you and to protect you, right? And we're also here for information, right? We give information to you about places in Trinidad and Tobago that you could go to for help in any situation, right? And lastly, we listen to your problems. And when we listen to those problems and we think that somebody else could help you a bit more, we send your problem over to them and they come and they help you out, right? And that's called a referral. So those are the 6 reasons why you can call us. And it's free, it's available 24/7, and it is safe, and everything that you say stays between us unless we think that you could be in danger. Of course, if you're in danger, you'd want us to call for help, right? And if you call for help, you have to tell them what's going on. So unless it's a situation like that, then we wouldn't give your information away to anybody else, right? So the persons who help you on this helpline, persons who sit down at their desk at work and they answer the phone like I showed in that clip, they are called active listeners. This job may be interesting to some of you who enjoy talking in class. You enjoy talking in class or outside of class, hopefully. You enjoy listening to the stories that your friends, that they tell you. You really enjoy communicating with people. This is a great job for kids like you, right? So once again, the persons who are on this call, on this service, they're called active listeners, right? So let's look at some more other services that the helpline offers. So if you don't like talking on the phone with our helpline, with those active listeners, that's okay. You could message us on our live web chat and have a conversation there. Our live web chat pops up on the computer. When you type in our website on your computer, our live web chat pops up immediately, right? And you hear a little sound. And that's where you can come and talk to us if you don't like actually talking into the phone, right? Another thing that we have is our My Childline app. So if you want something a little bit more, the My Childline app is available in the App Store, and I promise it does not take more than 2 minutes to download. And lastly, we have the helpline support, which we talked about before. They give us guidance, they give you counseling, they give you interventions and more. So once again, the people who work at the helpline, they are called your active listeners, and they are people who listen really well. So that is the job in our helpline service at Childline. We talked about what they do. So if you love talking to others and you love helping them with their problems, this job could be for you, right? Has there been any questions so far? Hope everything has been clear. Okay, so let's move on to the next slide where I'll give you a little look at the My Childline app.
Welcome to the My Childline app. This app is a Childline initiative and is supported by UNICEF. The app is designed to be a digital hub for easy access to child welfare and protection services available throughout Trinidad and Tobago. The app is available in English, Spanish, and French on both Android and Apple devices. Let's see some of the features the app has to offer. First, let's choose my new avatar from a range of adorable options. Using the app can give you quick and easy access to Childline's usual services. From the home screen, you can call our helpline at any time and completely free of charge. You can use our web chat, which is currently available from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. on Mondays to Sundays. Just fill out a little information about yourself first, and you can talk to someone about anything that you need to. You can even request a counseling appointment from the app. Just request a date that's suitable for you, and we'll contact you to let you know what's next. Visit Childline's or UNICEF's websites for even more child-friendly content and resources. Use your personal diary in any color you choose to express your thoughts, feelings, and ideas. Read up on your basic rights and the ways in which you should be protected. Try out the Childline Arcade and play a quick game if you're bored. How are you feeling today? You can keep track of your emotions over time using your own personal mood tracker. Tracking your mood over time can help you decide if you might need to call someone on our helpline for a little extra support now and then. Need to call for emergency help? Just need some information? We have a list of organizations you can call for help in all sorts of situations. From emergency services, health services, educational resources, counseling, and even migrant support. You can access the Children's Authority Hotline, Lifeline, the Domestic Violence Hotline, and many others. Finally, you can also check out the Places feature. This shows you all the places around Trinidad and Tobago that you can visit for entertainment, education, health, and safety. It can even give you detailed GPS directions to those places based on where you are right now. Want to have some fun? Maybe try the Emperor Valley Zoo. Need a quiet place to study for that test next week? The My Childline app can show you to a library near you. You can change your name at any time you'd like, switch the app between English, Spanish, and French, or even lock your diary from here, depending on what kind of phone you have. Check out the About Childline section to find the links to UNICEF and Childline's social media and websites. Thanks for watching, and we hope you download the My Childline app today.
Nice. So now you guys know what our app is. So after this presentation, you guys can type in the My Childline app on your phone in your app store and download it from there. Quick and easy, okay? So let's find out what else Childline does and learn about people who work there. Great. So that short clip there introduced what is called the outreach unit, which is what I am a part of. So as you can see, there's a woman and you're watching her through the computer because she's giving you a presentation, right? Just like what I'm doing. So the outreach unit is all about sharing information to the public. We share this information through presentations like this one here, through workshops, through videos on YouTube, articles, pictures. We just try to make sure that the public, like you guys, are aware of issues surrounding issues and events surrounding children and young adults. The persons who work in this unit, we're called outreach officers. So if you love writing essays, you love when Miss or Sir calls you to read your comprehension or that story in your book for the class, out loud for the class, you might make a really good outreach officer because we love presenting and we love writing and creating things. So part of our outreach unit includes a space for children to help us, and it is called the Childline Ambassador Program. And this program is all about giving children the opportunity to improve their communication, their teamwork, and their leadership qualities, right? You can join the Childline Ambassador Program from the age of 13 years and older, so in a few years' time. All right, so a quick recap. So far, we learned that Childline has 3 services, and 2 of those services are the helpline, where there are active listeners who give guidance, counseling, and support. And we learned that the guidance, counseling, and support could be given through calling Childline's number at 131, right? And downloading the Childline app on the App Store for free, or going on Childline's web page and chatting on there in the live web chat, right? And then we learned that there are outreach officers like me who like to share information through presentations, videos, and articles. So we sit down at our desk every day and we make these pretty presentations and we write articles and other things to post on our website. So if you think you would like sitting down and making videos or writing essays about children issues, then you might like a job as an outreach officer, right? So let's move on. If there are no questions at the moment, let's move on to the last section of chat. Okay, nice. So right, so this short clip just introduced our counseling unit. The words that I have up on my screen here says counseling. And the counseling unit of Childline is a unit that focuses on giving counseling to persons who reach out. So you may be wondering on the other side of this virtual screen, Ms. Francis, why would I need counseling? So let me tell you why. Counseling is the best way to get professional help for anything that is troubling you, right? Professional help. So here's an example. When you play outside at home, right, and you make a mistake and you scrape your knee, your mom or daddy or anybody who's looking after you at the moment could come and help you fix that up really quickly with some alcohol and a Band-Aid, right? But if you twist or you sprain your ankle, right, you'd have to go see a professional about that, right? Most likely a doctor, right? So sometimes we see that it is best to see a professional for problems that you or your parents can't sort out on your own, right? And this is why we offer counseling for free. So there are different ways for you to get your counseling. It could be you and the counselor alone, or you and the counselor with your parents in a group, or whatever you're comfortable with and whatever is recommended for you, right? And there are also different types of therapy that are offered by Childline, such as art therapy, right? So your parents can request face-to-face counseling sessions for you on our website. So if they go to our website, they will see the option for you to get or in-person counseling sessions, and they can request that on your behalf and you'll be able to get counseling. Okay, so if you found yourself being pretty interested in what I was talking about, let me now show you what you could do to get a job like this that helps children, right, and other people in the future. So the first thing that you can do is volunteer. That's what a lot of people do to find out if they really are passionate about something. They try it out and they actually try to do the work that they want to do. And a lot of ways that you can get experience is through volunteering. Right, so remember at Childline, I mentioned that we have the Child Ambassador Program. So once you are of the age of 13 years old, you can join the Child Ambassador Program, and you can do volunteer work throughout your secondary school year experience, and also within university as well, right? Or you can volunteer at your church or your place of worship or your local orphanages, right? So once you finish secondary school and you've been volunteering and you realize that you're really still interested in helping people like this, right? You can think about getting a degree. It could be a degree in psychology, something called psychology, which is what I have, a degree called social work, a degree called behavioral science, a degree called youth or child development, a degree called counseling, right? All of these degrees that I am mentioning, They all focus on understanding the mind or the brain and the environment in order to understand how to help other persons, right? So they focus on understanding the mind, all of these degrees that I mentioned just now. So once you have your volunteer experience and you know that you really, really want to do this, and once you have your degree, you could try to enter into this field that is all about helping people, right? So now that we're coming down to the end of the presentation, I want to tell you guys what personally makes this job worth doing for a lot of us at Childline. So basically, the persons who work at Childline, we're really dedicated to ensuring that children like you guys and young persons like you guys receive the love and support and help that you all deserve as people, right? With that being said, you may be wondering, Ms. Francis, how do I figure out if making sure that other people, making sure that children, making sure that other people receive love and support and help is really interesting to me? Well, let me tell you guys that the persons at Childline, they are kind, they are trustworthy, they are reliable, they are energetic, and they love people and they love seeing people being happy, right? So if any of those words describe you, this may be something that you may be interested in, right? But to really know if it is right for you, you could volunteer, right? Volunteer with us when you get a bit older, volunteer at your local orphanages or with other organizations or at your church or place of worship when you reach in secondary school or beyond, right? Volunteer in places that need kind, trustworthy, reliable, and energetic girls and boys who are ready to serve, right? So now that we're coming down to the close of our session, I would like each of you to do something for me after, right? So I'll send a link to Miss in the chat here on Zoom, and she will post it for you guys on the YouTube page that you guys are on. And I would like you to just fill out this very short survey, right? It's 5 questions and it's all yes or no. And it takes probably a maximum of 2 minutes to complete, right? So you guys can do that after I finish present, okay? And I'll send it to Miss just now in a moment. So these are our resources. Our website is at childlineTT.org. So it is CHILD, child, LINE, line, TT, a full stop, and ORG. And remember that our helpline, our phone number is at 131. I know I can't hear you guys, but I know you guys won't leave me hanging, right? So after I say ready, set, go, and I want you guys to say 131, right? So I'm going to say ready, set, go, and you guys say 131, okay? Ready, set, go, 131. I heard you guys. I heard you guys, okay? So that's our phone number. And then we have our YouTube page where you can go like and subscribe. If you like watching YouTube, you can check us out on YouTube. We are Childline Trinidad and Tobago. Then we have Facebook at TT Childline and Instagram and Twitter at Childline_TT. So Ms. Bevon now will let me know if you guys have any questions for me, and I'll be happy to answer any of your questions.
Okay, so I have 2 questions for you. One you kind of answered, so I am going to modify that question a bit. Okay. All right. I heard you mention, you know, over and over the importance of volunteering. Can I be employed at Childline without volunteering before?
Oh, definitely. Definitely. Yes, you can. Volunteering is really for you when you're doing your studies. I think it's really nice if you could volunteer and get experience in the field that you want to work in, right? And it's really good for building your character and exposing you to different situations. It's just really good for character building. But if you want to get a job, you don't need to volunteer beforehand.
Okay,
right?
Great. And what is the youngest age a person can be employed at Childline?
The youngest age, well, you have to be an adult, right? So you have to be over the age of 18 years old, okay, in order to be employed at Childline.
Okay, great. And the last question I have here is the Childline app available at the Amazon App Store, on the Amazon App Store?
Amazon App Store, most likely you probably have a tablet. I don't think that it is available on tablet. However, you can try it, but I know for sure that the Childline app is probably not compatible with certain devices like tablets, but you can still try it. And if you prove me wrong, well then that's great. I'd really like for you to have it, okay?
All right. Let's check and make sure. Okay. All right. So, do the workers at Childline work on Saturdays and Sundays?
Sometimes we have to work on Saturdays and Sundays in case we have to do a workshop at a place in Trinidad. So if someone is only available on a Saturday or Sunday for us to come in and present and share information with them, then we go in on Saturdays and Sundays.
Okay, great. All right. Well, I'm not seeing any more questions here for the time being. And let me take this chance or this opportunity, Ms. Francis, to thank you for being here with us. On behalf of Ministry of Education, Student Support Services Division, Guidance and Counseling Department, we would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude and thanks to you for giving up your time and your service to our country, to our youth, to the children of our nation. On behalf of the teachers and parents and students here, I want to say thank you for being here and sharing all this information with us. And we all will take away all the information that you shared, the good stuff, the pointers that we can utilize. You might even see some children who will tell you later on in life that they would have heard you at this virtual career fair when they come to Childline to be employed or when they start working at Childline. So today we want to tell you thank you, and we do look forward to seeing you in the future.
Thank you for inviting me. And once you guys learn something, I am completely happy, right?
Okay, great. So students, teachers, we want to thank you for being here today, our day 2 of career fair. Do you all want one last riddle before we close off for today? Let's try one last riddle. Riddle me this, riddle me that. I speak through gestures and my staff makes notes. Who am I? What is my job? This one kind of tricky. I'll say it again. Riddle me this, riddle me that. Get your answers and put it in the chat. I speak through gestures and my staff makes notes. Who am I? What is my job? Tricky, tricky. Let's see who could get the answer. Now we have 2 minutes to see who could get the answer and put it in the chat. Two minutes. Be sure to put the name of your school so we know which school to contact. Is that one too hard? Should I try another one? So I'm going to give you another one as well. So we have 2. So I'm looking for 2 sets of answers. All right, I got 2 responses. Try again. Try again. I'll give you another one. So you have 2 to answer for me. Riddle me this, riddle me that. Get your answer and put it in the chat. Plates, bars, and benches are my tools. My mirror tells if I win or lose. Who am I? What do I do? Again, riddle me this, riddle me that. Get your answers and put it in the chat. Plates, bars, and benches are the tools I use. My mirror tells if I win or lose. Who am I? What is my job? Two minutes. And I will give you the answer to the first one. At the end, we have 2 more minutes. So we are not going to take any responses for the first question again, and I'll give you the answer to it. Listen to the riddle. Riddle me this, riddle me that. Get your answer and put it in the chat. I speak through gestures and my staff makes notes. What is my job? Who am I? What do I do? That one is a music coordinator. All right, I speak through gestures. Music coordinators use their hands when you are singing, and their staff makes notes. So you have the musical staff, which is a treble staff or a bass staff, and they have the notes on the staff. Okay, that's the first one. The second one is riddle me this, riddle me that. Get your answers and put it in the chat. Plates, bars, and benches are the tools I use. My mirror tells if I win or lose. What is the correct answer? Okay, the answer to that is a bodybuilder. All right, plates, your weights are plates. Bars, you put the plates on the bars to make your weight to lift. And benches, sometimes you lie on a bench, you do bench press, are the tools I use. And my mirror tells if I win or lose. When I look in the mirror, I can tell if I am losing weight or not. All right, so there you go. Those were our riddles for today. Tomorrow we're going to have some more riddles. Until then, I want to thank you all for being here with us. Ministry of Education, Student Support Services, St. Patrick Education District, Guidance and Counseling, Virtual Career Fair, Day 2. I hope that you all enjoy the day, and we look forward to seeing you on Thursday when we continue with our service providers. Once again, enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Thank you all for being here. Bye.